What did my dream mean? Not that I believe they have meanings. I'm just curious. I feel like a zombie in the morning. Never had such a vivid dream before. I don't tend to remember them.
Misha, open the door. It's me, Genghis. I can hear you in there. Hey, keep being rude to the police. I might come for you next time. Your neighbor's having problems.
This ain't no joke. Follow me.
Can't ever say no, can I? Push over.
Get a load of this.
How can anyone live in such a dump?
Misha, can you talk some sense into these cops? Over there, in the corner. Through the window, of course. You're defending them. Are you in on this too?
Can I stay at your place for a while, Uncle Misha? Guys grabbed me and locked us in the bathroom. Dad banged on the door. No! We played with him before bedtime yesterday, and today this happened.
Misha, you came by. He boozed away the last of his brains, dragged me out of bed while I was still sleeping, tore out some hair, the old scumbag. A father I'm mothering. The laundry, the cooking, the cleaning, I do all that. Help how? If it weren't for Petya, I'd have gotten out a long time ago like Mom did. No one deserves to put up with him.
Do you know these kids? What's their relation to the apartment owner?
They're what? The hell are you talking about? Their dad? Me?
You see, the thing is, he called in a burglary this morning. I thought, burglars in this big village, that's a first. So we arrived, led us to the bathroom, and we found the kids huddling inside. Look, I'm no doctor. He looks sober to me. The kids are going into care for now. Anyway, we're holding you up.
Poor kids. What's going to happen to them? I can't just abandon them. I wonder what the doctors will say about Vitya.
You want to lift to the station? No. Why? Your station. The train station. My partner's gonna drive you.
What's there to talk about with Genghis's partner? I don't know him at all. An entire ride in silence. I hate that.
I've got a lot of paperwork to do about these kids. Take him away.
Goddamn lawless cops. I'll make you answer for this yet. You're supposed to get these punks out of my apartment, not me.
I don't get it. I haven't been naughty.
I can manage, Misha.
I'll handle it from here.
Still home? Not even on your way to work? Spare me. I want you at the station in 5 minutes, not a second later.
Jump in.
I'll walk free yet. Don't you think you can just snatch me?
We just did.
I'll write to the president. You will be where I am now.
Come again? I didn't hear you very well.
Thank you. I'd have been so late if I'd walked.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Eaten your porridge? Been to the little boy's room? Get to work. Tell me about it later. Go let the passengers through.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Hi, Misha. Here's my permit. Found a better job opening. Nah, same old. Pastry, baking. You see, it's a bigger city, a bigger place. Put me in your log or I'll miss the interview. Thanks, Misha. Have a good one.
Good morning, Misha, dear. Alma says hi. He'll be in town tonight. Don't ask. I don't even know. He's got some kind of job somewhere and can stay afloat for now, or so I hope. That's what you get with artistic types. His apartment was a pigsty before I cleaned it. Creative chaos, he calls it. My permit is right there. Oh, yes it is. How did I miss that? Right, I was off to the city and it expired then. Misha, dear, let an old friend through, will you? We know each other. You were with Almaz and Tioma all the time as a kid. I'll renew it at once. Not what I expected from you, Misha.
Been working here long? Misha, do you really not recognize me? Here's a clue. Tioma, you, and it's Aunt Galia's 60th birthday tomorrow. How could I miss it? We're all going to her party tomorrow. Have you gotten her a present yet? I'm also here on a work trip to the Research Institute. So, this is both personal and business. How about lunchtime? Say near our oak tree at 1?
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
Aunt Galia's party will be so awkward, and he's probably left for work already. Who did I even expect to talk to at Genghis's place?
Are you alright, Misha? You look troubled. Took him long enough.
So what was all the trouble you had? So it's gotten that bad. Make sure you're back by 7.
Dear.
Those kids are in a tough spot now. They could use some support. Those kids are in a tough... Asya! Asya is here! By the oak tree at 1. I forgot to ask where they were taking the kids.
I'm here to see my old colleagues. Give me time for a chat.
The American demonstrated abilities that almost defied belief. She could remember every detail of any single day of her life since she'd been 11. What she had for breakfast.
Or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
She herself wasn't so enthusiastic. According to her, remembering her entire life was a heavy burden to bear.
I decided to have a snack while you were getting here. Thought I might as well make good use of the time. How long have you been looking for me? Would you like to visit our Garden of Eden? Wasn't childhood a paradise?
Childhood. Paradise. Is that some kind of quotation?
Do you feel it? Like I never left. Everything's coming back in full force. All our childhood mischief. It used to seem so important. Then come stand next to me. Yes, like this. And now, a moment of silence for the past.
Our tree. Our secret headquarters. I've grown so used to it, I don't even notice it anymore. We weren't at all worried about falling. Even though we were so small, we thought you'd be able to touch the sky by reaching up. Or has the oak grown like we have? The wind got into the canopy, rocking the branches, rocking us. The oak creaked like old floorboards. We imagined ourselves flying in a helicopter. Almazi kept saying, "Helichopter," and we kept correcting him. Sometimes I'd go alone and secretly admire Aisha while she read in the dusty silence of her father's study. Like a true pirate, I had a pair of binoculars for the task. Actually, they weren't binoculars, but opera glasses.
Well? Parachuting into a pile of leaves was such fun. I was the navigator, Artom and you took turns as pilots. Remember your aviator goggles? They made Artom so jealous. Tell me, why haven't you left town? Do you like working at the station? I'd want that too. How about we go to the pond? It used to seem as big as the sea. Up in the oak, we were aviators. Here, explorers. Do you still build model ships? How complete is it? Perhaps we launch it? Like in the old times. Minus the accident. Guess.
I was launching paper ships from the pond bank. Chioma and Asya were fooling around in the boat. They rocked it too hard, and the boat keeled over. I dashed into the muddy water and swam headlong towards them. Chioma had barely surfaced when I reached them. Asya was still nowhere to be seen. I took a deep breath, and I dove in. And when Asya opened her eyes and witnessed the bank, the last of my ships had become drenched and sunk.
My fear of water wasn't unfounded. I used to imagine sea monsters dwelling where sunlight never reached. Squid, serpents. You may laugh, but I don't understand how you weren't scared. Are you? You never told me. Yeah, I'm afraid of spiders too. We have so much in common. I'm going to split my sides laughing, and then you'll go to jail for murder. Well, it's your turn to seek out our old haunts.
Every winter, we built a snow fort in front of the research institute. We split into 2 armies and traded snowball volleys until dark. By evening, our clothes would be completely drenched and crusted in ice. You could stand them upright on the ground. We'd crawl back home, panting with exhaustion, and our parents would immediately make us warm up in the shower and drink copious amounts of tea. Genghis would boast that his contained a spoonful of vodka.
It's been so many years, but it still feels like yesterday, us heading home from school together. Speaking of, what time is it? Oh no! I've gone missing from the institute. It's fine. We still have tonight. Will you walk me to the station? I'm going back to my dad's for the night. When I got into the university, he returned the apartment provided by the institute and moved back to Kazan. He's retired. Only has the teaching job now. Back then, he couldn't stay where everything was reminding him of my mum. He waited for me to graduate and then left. Come as soon as you see institute people walking home. That'll mean I'm finished too. It holds so many memories, more than you can remember in a day.
What's with randomly bringing up spiders? For our graduation, my father brought me a Walkman from Moscow with some cassettes. I didn't discover Savage Garden until later. We got up to all kinds of mischief in here. There's no way to remember it all. And maybe you will. Let's see. We got up to all kinds of mischief in here. There's no way to remember it all. And maybe you will. Let's see. We're about 5 years old. The pump is filling balloons of different colours with helium. We stand in there, open-mouthed, gawking, wonder if the next one will burst. And the taut balloons squeak when you run your finger over them. It makes Isia laugh. The cloudless sky draws balloons towards it, making them bounce up and down on their leash-like strings when pulled. Finally, we release the balloons. They soar upward, becoming dots. We're convinced they'll fly all the way up to the sun. And when we can't see them anymore, our parents buy us ice cream, and then we move on. Just a bit more waiting and back to Asya. Today is Friday. The workday is shorter. Come spring, meltwater formed little rivulets, eating away at the ice as it made a break for freedom. We made tiny ships out of walnut half shells, matches for masts, scraps of paper for sails. But the most important part was our imagination. As we knelt near the streamlets, we saw, as if with our own eyes, the brave sea explorers coming aboard. And then the ship made its way down a turbulent river toward the sea, toward the unknown lands beyond. Here and there, a shipwreck decorated the rapids, but many ships, nonetheless, began their voyage. The position of the sun tells me it's time to return to Asya.
Sorry. I'm such a slowpoke. Have you been waiting here long? Will we catch the train? You've got the letting through to do. Let's race each other to the gate. Afraid of losing? There was a time only Genghis could beat you. Think you're being chivalrous? Look at the bird. Too trusting. I'm gonna beat you. I totally win. This is boring. I've sprained my ankle. You won because my skirt and high heels. Wait till I'm wearing my jeans. You were the one who wanted childhood to last forever. Here's another spot, by the way.
Our first dance. We were about 14. Aisha was in the middle of the dance floor in a whirl of colored specks of light. And then Zinaida, the maths teacher and our class tutor, she announced a slow dance. I was leaning on the wall, looking for words to say to Aisha. But Chioma beat me to it as usual. So I invited another classmate. She too was shuffling on her feet nervously beside me. I walked her home afterwards. And while we parted ways, she pressed her lips briefly against mine. We both became embarrassed and then hurried home.
You and Masha. I knew. Oh, no need to get defensive. You think too much. Is anyone from the old gang still here? I've heard Almaz is in Kazan. Genghis? A cop? That absolute punk? I've lost track of everyone. Even Artyom. Only saw him a few times throughout university. Do you still struggle telling 7 p.m. from 1700? That time you waited for 2 hours in a snowstorm, though. And then you missed 2 weeks of school, flunking every class you possibly could. You're joking. The Godfather, Part 3. We should rewatch it together. You got a VCR?
As a kid, I enjoyed getting sick, but not too sick. Sitting at home, wrapped in a blanket, drinking tea, while the outdoors were cold and snowy. I didn't do great in school as it was, cold or no cold, outside of the exact sciences. I should have said what a torture it was standing in that snowstorm. What's the point in keeping quiet about it after so many years? One last stroll before Asya left for Moscow. She wanted apples for the trip. I almost confessed my feelings to her. I had a speech on a copybook sheet in my pocket ready to say it, but Tioma kept hanging around. Asya chose yellow apples, you know, the sweet but expensive ones. The sour green ones were cheaper, and I suggested those instead. Asya said I was cheap, which was true. You know, I counted her money when it could have been my treat, which was what Tioma did, actually. I was nervous enough as it was, so in the end, I lost my temper. I simply walked away. No, I ran away. Asya left that evening. I never said goodbye to her, or that I was sorry, or heard her say that she was.
What's with the silence? You have a lady to entertain. I'm sorry, too. I was quite a character myself. First, I was mad at you and waiting for an apology. Then I was in over my head studying. I'll definitely call Misha tomorrow. I told myself every day until my own silence became embarrassing. No, he visited me. I got a job right after my freshman year. What's there to tell? I wanted a fun life. As a professor of mine used to say, a student's best years are his student's years. Asking Dad would have been awkward, so there. Let's not dwell too much on the sad subject of whether I'm a good engineer. I've stayed in a room on the outskirts since I dropped out. I'll give you my number. Which will only result in my roommate disconnecting the phone.
the Green Cat. We often dropped by here after classes, left all our pocket money behind. Well, no, most of it. Some of it the movie theatre would eat. I still don't get it about the Green Cat, what happens after it crosses your path, and I'm too embarrassed to actually ask at the cafe. Like, who's ever seen a green cat? Freshly fried donuts in powdered sugar, coffee with condensed milk, chocolate syrup ice cream. The place had it all. Asia loved ice cream so much she'd even eat it in winter. Once the cafe was closed, so we bought ice cream bars from a street stand, and Asia, she couldn't even wait until we got home. And there she is, eating it on a cold winter day, a dazzling fresh fall of snow around us and her ringing laughter, the gleam in her eyes. It just made the day that much sunnier.
The cafe's still there. There's some permanence to the world after all. And then constantly check time. Let's do it later when there's no rush. We could all take a stroll together. Doesn't that sound nice? We'll think of something. When were we ever bored? Oh, that's what I've been missing. What's fall without rain? I love fall. It's broken. Psst. Psst. I want to hear the raindrops falling here and down. So cozy. I could write a poem. I could walk like this forever. Why is the walk to the station so short? Just like school. Join your parents.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
We are covered. Aren't you going to work? A week. You need it more. They're promising clear skies in Kazan. Well, I'll phone Dad from the station to come and pick me up in his car. I'll be fine. Let's go then. Thanks for today. See you inside.
Finding each other took them a quarter of a century. They had been separated at a young age following their parents' death in a car crash. Both were placed in an orphanage at first, but one of the brothers disliked it so much that... Despite being twins, they have different birthdays. That's because when the second one was born, 15 minutes after the first, it was already past midnight. That might explain the difference in their personalities and their...
Here are our permits. So, Vitya's drinking problem has gotten worse? Of course we do. From people on your block. They say they heard a lot of profanity this morning. So they looked out the window and there was Vitya, being led away.
Is Vitya home?
Masha's worried too. He's in her class.
Say hi for me.
We'll go see him ourselves. Won't we, Masha?
Do you have my number? In Kazan for now. What of it? Suppose you need me to buy something in Kazan tomorrow. What will you do? Go there yourself? I could bring it. Do call. Sometime.
Well, hello there, Misha. Picked up a chick, I see. Make sure you don't screw up on me. None of that dawdling you did in school. I know you. Talk to me if you need anything. I'll show you the ropes of talking to women. Lots of experience there, as you probably know. Who's talking about that? I've been going steady with someone, you know. I'm actually on my way to propose to her. Want to see the ring? I could help. Think it over. Really think it over.
Here I am, back already. Hired. I start Monday.
Log up the station for me, will you? Hey, just kidding. Go home. That stung.
Hello? You're through? Ah, Misha. Long time no hear. How are you? Good enough. I suppose you're calling Asya. She's not here yet. Call again later? You too, Misha, you too.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please
Hello,
stand back
Lena?
from the
Is
platform
that you?
edge. Thank you.
I thought we arranged everything. Ah, it's you, son. How's life? Now I'm confused. What makes you ask? Have you met someone? You want a reason? She was pretty and she was fun. We were already dating. If I were to find someone new, it would be the same, so no point. You're persistent, aren't you? Lena is a hairdresser. I made an appointment. What is it you want from me, son?
Dear passengers,
I don't know what
before
happened
boarding
to
your
you,
train,
but you
please have
sound
your exit
lost.
permit and
Go
a
get
ticket
some
ready
sleep,
for
eh?
inspection at checkpoint office 1.
Yes, it's me. I'm here. As eventful as you'd expect. Took my handbag to be repaired, walked through the park on the way home, bought some groceries. I'm watching TV now. Such nonsense on every channel. It's making my eyes hurt. Is there a reason you're calling? Looks like your life's fun. Any more news? It's good that you remember. What happened? You wouldn't, or you didn't? Then what's the big deal, silly? You haven't caused any more trouble, I hope.
Report them to the staff or the police immediately.
Do you want to tell me
Do not
where you
touch
were in a
or
hurry
move
to?
a suspicious
I hope you
item until
realize
the
what
arrival
you've
of
done.
the police.
I hope that's why you're calling. I'm afraid to ask now. Is that all? Good night to you two.
Whew, what a day. I should talk to someone or I will not sleep. Who though? A whole week of Asya. We'll go everywhere in town and visit all our old spots. Do I have anything to give Asya? She'll leave. I'll stay. So what's the point?
But I can't be bothered to go home. Should I stay here for the night?
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station.
Misha, wow, it's you. And there was a chance I'd have to come tomorrow. My mother, huh? So I guess you've got all the dirt on me. What about you? Discovered any new islands in our little pond? What's got you so sulky? Then be happy, you chump. Or is this about Artyom? He's not even here yet, and you're already looking all dejected. Come on, tell me more about it in the car. No reason to stand in the rain. As you wish. I'm not going to stand here getting wet or try to convince you.
Thank you.
I shouldn't mention Asya to Almaz. He might pass it on to Choma. Give me a lever long enough, and I'll fall asleep on it. So now I'll lie down, and all these thoughts will flood into my head. This may be a small town, but it's big enough for a good, exhausting walk. The kind that makes you conk out after.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
The third year we joined the Young Pioneers. They lined us up on the square. The Lenin monument seemed to press down on me, fouled upon as it was by pigeons. I'd spent the previous night memorizing the solemn promise, terrified that I'd forget it mid-ceremony. I could barely keep my eyes open. My legs wobbled. I kept leaning on adjacent kids in the file. Of course, my sleepy brain mixed up the words of the promise at the most important moment.
Halt! Let's see some ID. Kidding. Scared you, didn't I? No, just getting the car to park in and then I'm going home. You should too. Good. Sleep, sleep, sleep. We'll fight tomorrow's battles tomorrow.
So there was this one time during a subotnik, and Aunt Galya's late husband, he planted a sickly willow sapling into the ground. It would outlive him by 2 years. As the saying goes, a man must raise a son, build a house, and plant a tree. That's 2 out of 3, but no house. I had my own experience as a gardener. I picked up an acorn under our oak tree and planted it in a pot. A while later, a sprout appeared, but it didn't survive in my care. Not that I provided much.
Ugh, this weather's something else. I can't wait to get home to a cup of tea and some TV before bed. You're gonna get sick. Go home and dry yourself off before you catch a cold.
They left in too much of a hurry to properly pack up. What's going to happen to their stuff now? Their apartment? Vitya may have been the neighbor from hell, but he was entertaining. Now it's so quiet. It feels unreal.
You have reached the Khan. The president? Nah, I would have known. Right. Should I be worried for you? Don't even think of asking her. If she is, you ought to make her forget that someone. Any other news? Where do they usually take kids that lose their folks? You're not thinking of going there right now, I hope. That's better. Can I go now?
Misha? You? And you didn't want this number? I only just got home. The weather forecast you doubted was spot on. What about you? Flooded yet? Did he? Oh, Almas. I can't wait to see everybody. The sooner we go to bed, the sooner tomorrow comes. Hey, that's not what I meant. Good night to you too.
Almaz, one of his early works. Pretty good art for a kid, actually.
Finding each other took them a quarter of a century. They had been separated at a young age following their parents' death in a car crash. Both were placed in an orphanage.
I've known all my music by heart for a while now. Asia's birthday. Back when we'd tell each other, see you tomorrow, when parting ways. I'm too old to be building model ships. I can't get around to finishing this one. Yes, I get to see Asia again today. I've never been so eager to go to work before. Yes, I get to see Asia again today. I've never been so eager to go to work before.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. So Mom wasn't joking. She let it slip over the phone once that you got a job here. Aren't you a little too smart for a place like this? I would gladly, but there's all the conferences and archives and my thesis. The role of industrial espionage in World War II. Finish up quicker here. I'll show you how to gather data out in the field. We'll find our childhood photos. Many people still have those lying around. I'll wait for you outside.
It's me again. Ah, Misha. Today's Saturday. You don't? Why? At least you don't work 9-hour shifts. You're free between trains. This won't be yesterday all over again, will it? Don't be so harsh. He may be a smartass, but that just makes him funnier.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1. Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand clear
I'm
of the
so
platform
glad
edge.
we're all together again. Don't be boring. Girls don't like boring.
What about me, Asya? Do you like me? It's a gift from Mom. We're making an album. Of course it'll work. You see, this is why you're stuck working at the station. Stop worrying and just do something.
Misha has a point. It's been many years. Photos get lost or torn or dirty.
Why are you two so negative? It'll be fine. You'll see.
Besides, Aunt Galia isn't in them.
It's the thought that counts.
Dear
Mom put her
passengers,
heart
for your
into
own
raising
safety,
us.
please
Our
stand back
childhood
from the
is as
platform
important to
edge.
her as it is
Thank
to
you.
us. Of course the album will make her happy. Let's head off now. We'll start with Uncle Koya.
Attention passengers.
Doors closing. Next stop is factory.
A good old puddle. With us for all of our childhood years. With us still, actually.
We even named it, remember? Nikolaevskaya, in honor of Uncle Kolya.
Yeah, and we'd mark it on every map. No map was complete without the puddle.
Then we'd get in trouble for vandalism.
Misha even launched his little boats here. Always up to something.
Meltwater drained here in the spring and rainwater in the summer and fall. The puddle never dried up. It just froze down to its bottom in winter.
It'd also get moldy really fast, and then it'd spawn a bunch of tadpoles.
And we wondered if there'd be a dinosaur, too.
All the same, no one was too squeamish to enter it barefoot, not even Asya with her fear of worms and water.
You argued forever over who got to carry me across. So, I only had myself to depend on.
I knew you'd be here.
Look who it is. What brings you here?
Aren't you gonna ask us how we're doing?
Can't wait to show off being a Moscow boy now? Well, go ahead.
Why so aggressive, Collier? They're not those kids anymore. And even back then, they used to crawl all over your car, shining it with their clothes, so what's the big deal?
Shining? Scratching more like. So, out with it. Are you here to beg me to lend you the car?
Remember you took a picture of us once? We were cleaning up your garage? Where is that picture now?
You mean you were fooling around and now you'd like to get rid of the evidence? Dig around in the garage. It should be in one of those crates.
I've got nothing.
I'm empty-handed.
A toolbox. Nothing remotely similar to a photo in here.
I'm empty-handed.
What does Uncle Collier need a bike for? It's not like he'll ever ride it. There's a book on top of that nothing between the pages, no matter how hard you shake. An old phone. That's all it is. Some kind of junk with a clock.
Find anything?
Perhaps you took the picture home.
What do you think I am? Some kind of hoarder? I left that junk where it was taken. Start really looking. Go through everything again.
Well, if the photo is junk to you, maybe you threw it away ages ago.
Look, clever guy. If I say it's in the garage, it's in the garage. The keys are inside.
Just like that?
Well, back then, you were a bunch of little kids. You would have crashed it. Now, you're all grown up. At least you look like it anyway.
Let's go to my place then, shall we? Football's on in a few minutes.
So you understand I've got no time for you. Busy out of my mind.
His generosity is suspicious.
Genghis had something too. Is he still here?
I can't believe we're in Uncle Collier's car.
Your neighbor's apples are always sweeter.
Oh, it's not your time to go yet. Oh, perhaps Misha will be less grumpy if we let him drive.
Later. Let's grab Genghis first. If we stop and swap seats all the time, we'll never get anything done. Hey, watch it. I'll leave you on the side of the road. You think that I won't? I totally will.
Enough! Let's call it a tie. There's the photo. It was in the glove box.
How we used to beg Uncle Kolya for a ride.
Yeah, he only let us honk the horn. I guess that was generous enough by his standards. I could see how Tom Sawyer got those kids to paint the fence for him. Even getting to wash the car was pure bliss.
To you, maybe. Artyom would rather bury himself in old Soviet magazines. Talk about a born historian.
I wonder where they are now. A hoarder like Uncle Kolya doesn't just throw things away, does he?
You were so dumb. So happy to do chores for him.
And he was never satisfied either. He took that picture so he could rub it in our faces about how lazy we were.
I can understand Toma and Almas, but Misha? Drudging away like that? There's photographic evidence.
But it was totally worth it. That Babieda was the pinnacle of technology to us. It was basically a starship.
I used to dream of buying one just like that when I grew up, and I'd dream of traveling all of Russia in it. Other countries weren't something you even thought of back then.
Lake Baikal was supposed to be your first destination. We heard no end of Baikal trivia from you. You were a walking encyclopedia.
No way. No word from you in years, and then there you are, both at once.
Are you coming to Mom's party tonight?
Seriously, are you doubting me now? Just a sec. Got one in my wallet. There. Will that do?
You've been carrying it around in your wallet? Adorable.
I'll take it back if you make fun of me. Is that all you need?
Is he in trouble?
They didn't even let us in. In fact, we didn't even want to hand Vitya over. But they were all over him right away.
That sounds really odd.
So now we've discussed everything, right? Whoa, not so fast. I need you to do something too. See those two louts over there? They need to go to the orphanage. And I've really got no time for that. They ran away and went on a rampage. Smashed a window, pinched a bunch of things at the market.
And you're letting them go just like that?
Well, they're first offenders. Show won't let it slide next time. By the way, Zinaida might have something for your album too.
It was great being friends with Genghis. You know, he could give anyone a good thrashing. No vagrant would ever come near us.
He was a vagrant himself. Being a boxer helped.
Genghis was definitely a gifted athlete. He played several sports and excelled at all of them.
All but one. Chess. You couldn't get him to sit still for 5 minutes.
So you're still jealous? It took a lot to talk you into posing for that photo with the rest of us. Oh, well, each to his own. Genghis would have hardly made a good scientist.
I was angry because of what Almaz said. That he'd get to space before I'd take up sports.
But you did go for morning runs with Genghis. Of course, you only lasted a week.
Each one of those runs left me feeling like I was gonna die. I was nauseous, dizzy, seeing spots. By the way, it wasn't just running. I did chin-ups too. Although Genghis did say I just looked like a sausage hanging from the bar.
Then they sent him to a regional competition. He'd have been the world champion of something at this point, if not for that fight.
He was defending a girl, 1 against 3, and he was the only one who got arrested. Even the competition committee couldn't do anything.
He even gave up exercise out of frustration. Vagrant or not, Genghis was honorable. Genghis was quite the troublemaker in our school days. He even had a juvie record behind him. His parents and teachers had pretty much given up on getting him to see any sense, you know. They just kept saying he'd be the death of them. And when we were studying the Reformation in world history, Genghis wrote on the wall of the police cell, "Here I sit, I can do no other." That was prophetic. He was, you know, to return there in a different role, let's say.
Out with it then. Why won't you just stay put? You've got food, a roof over your head.
Try living in here and you'll see. Dreary as hell. And then there's her, the xenomorph. You seem like an alright chick, though.
Hey, if you mean alright to act up, I'm not what I seem.
Yeah, Zinaida doesn't exactly make life easy for you. Why won't Uncle Kolya leave her? Not a lot has changed here. As a historian, I find this boring.
Yep. The girl has a hell of a temper. We tried to gang up on her and it didn't work. Boy's a wimp, though.
What's in it for us? Deal.
A class reunion by the looks of it. Such a pleasure to see.
Well, you can't have a reunion without the class tutor, right? That's why we're here to see you.
So what are you up to now? Tell me everything.
That would take a long time. Basically, I enrolled, I graduated, and now I'm an engineer with the job.
So all the times I drilled you on calculus paid off.
If only that was all you drilled me on.
What about you, Artemius?
Enrolled? Graduated? Now a historian with a job?
I could sense this coming. Something didn't add up here. Of course, it's her birthday. I'll go and have a look. I can see that. My criminal duo. Where did you find them? Well, they'll tell me themselves, if they choose to. I suppose I'll go get the photo then. I'm leaving you in charge. I hope not too many children run off when I'm gone. I suppose there's enough of you to handle a dozen kids.
Is this it? Just standing around and watching? Not what I imagined.
I see you have a lot of experience there.
Here we go again.
Tired, Misha? Thought you'd join
Quit
us. for a bit
standing
of
there and
running
help out,
around.
dude.
Hugs for everyone, kids.
Kids these days.
Ready or not, here I come. I'm a master detective, aren't I?
Now you hide.
Haha, I win.
Let's play tag.
I could use an invisibility cloak.
Don't you try to
Totally
run.
Not fair.
You watch out now, you rascals. Game over.
How did you find me? Too fast for you.
I'm a master detective, aren't I?
No fair.
Look out.
Haha, I win.
We're off
Game
to
over.
us. Wanna play? Come on, that was a good one.
I'm a
Us
master
is the fastest.
detective, aren't I?
Let's get out
Game
of
over.
here.
Fine, at least this is exercise.
Game over. I'm a
Totally use an
master
invisibility
detective,
cloak.
aren't I?
Now you hide.
Game
How did you
over.
find me?
Totally not fair.
I
Now
win.
you
Wanna
hide.
play?
I'm
Totally
a
not
master
fair.
detective, aren't I?
Totally not fair.
Game over.
Good hiding technique. Use an invisibility
win.
cloak.
Totally not
I'm
fair.
I win.
Wanna play? How did you
Let's get out of
find me?
here.
Too fast for you.
Hugs for everyone, kids.
Kids these days.
Freeze.
Let's play tag. Who do we have here?
Come on, that was a good hiding spot.
Kids these days.
You watch out now, you rascals.
Here. It's all I could find.
That's a lot. We can go to Mom with what we already have.
You've been very helpful.
You're speaking out of turn now, Mikhail. I'll give it a thought.
We were done with school by this point. Our finals were over, entrance exams are coming up, and we got a moment to pause and rest. Summer, 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 is taking my cares away.
I'm still furious every time I remember that grade in history. B- instead of an A+. It cost me my school medal. And I really could have used that medal when I was getting into university.
You were too smart for your own good. You invited those extra questions on yourself because you wanted to impress the examiners with how much you knew.
Take comfort in knowing I made a fool of myself too when I fell into the fountain.
Well, the edge was slippery and you were drunk. We couldn't carry our liquor back then anyway, especially not Applejack. And that fiasco didn't affect your future in any way.
In any way? For all I know, I could have been married to Asia for years by now. I did it all for her, remember?
And Genghis would have been the one married to me if he had walked on his hands along the fountain edge.
Of course he would have, but Misha got jealous and pushed him into the water on purpose.
Nah, he wouldn't have. Genghis liked Varia, your prom date.
Step on it, man. You're driving like a girl. I shouldn't have let you behind the wheel.
Approaching orbital velocity.
Did you hear that? I don't like that sound. Did it come from under the hood? Oh, stop the car! We're gonna crash!
Well, now it's clear what Uncle Kolya's motivation was. He fixed a thing or two, and now we're his test drivers. He'll pin the breakdown on us too.
What if we crashed?
Impossible. It wasn't the brakes that gave out.
I'm going to miss the train, and then there's Angalia's party. Can you do this without me later?
Not so fast. Look, it's Almaz.
What's with Uncle Kolya's car? Why are you inside it? A display of incredible generosity.
Have you got it?
The photo? Yes, here you are. Where are you? It's all right. I had to help Mum in the kitchen anyway. Keep your jealousy to yourself and help me choose the flowers. No, I haven't. Does it matter? Giving the same flowers year after year, it isn't a good look.
Mesmerizing. You sure have a way with words.
The summer after middle school. We just finished our exams and Aunt Galia. She took us outside the fence for a picnic.
Right. And the place was swarming with mosquitoes. The campfire was our only protection. I smelled like smoke for 2 days after that.
And Almaz teased you. Interesting choice of perfume.
All you can remember are the mosquitoes? What about all the mushrooms, milk caps, red caps, penny buns? Things of beauty.
And someone we all know mistook a death cap for a champignon.
So? Choma barely made it out alive too. He chopped at his own leg with an axe. A good thing he was wearing high boots or it would have been much worse than a scratch.
Boys, boys. What's with always needing to prove something to someone? Genghis volunteered to chop firewood, and Toma had never even held an axe before.
Exactly. I used to think when people in books turned pale as a sheet, it was an exaggeration. I also used to think people would scream a lot in those situations, but Choma, he just stood there, frozen.
And you couldn't light the campfire. Asya pestered you with advice, taught you to arrange the firewood in a little tent structure.
Well, what did you expect? Women have always been keepers of the fire. We'd know how to build one. Aunt Galia and I were in charge of the food, too.
We would have starved without you, of course. Not like we were roasting sausages on a stick.
Now for the final touch, Asya's birthday. Go ahead, Misha. Produce the photograph.
You took it home as a memento.
Go forth and fetch it, O brother of mine. Make haste. Don't keep us all waiting.
I think he meant you.
It's a pity giving my own photograph away, but that's what a present should be. Something that hurts to part with. Well, let's head to my place and retrieve it. I hope the gift was a good call.
Lost the others along the way? And here's the valuable document.
Upstairs to put the flowers in a vase before they die.
He let you drive it? Lived out your childhood dream? And you messed it up that bad immediately? I wouldn't want to be you right now. You didn't. That's quite something. I hope he doesn't lose his mind.
Can we go?
Tioma definitely came up with the best greeting that year. Happy birthday, old woman!
Well, it was memorable, which is more than I can say for your muttering. What was it? May is the best month of the year. Stay born in it?
We could have held a contest. Your birthday greetings versus what Alma's wrote on Misha's poster.
He overdid it. I only asked him to help with the artwork.
Your style shows through, though. The sea and the ship.
Traitor! Traitor! There's no other word for it. This instead of helping out his brother with a gift idea.
I really liked your notebook, too. I turned it into a diary later on.
And Genghis' gift was dead on arrival.
Silly me. Putting a cake on a chair.
Almaz could have watched where he was sitting down, you know, so much for his flashy outfit.
At least Genghis's flowers survived. No one else has given me poppies, before or since.
The four of us won't fit. I'll take the stairs. Bit of exercise too. I've put on a few pounds.
Looks like Genghis is as athletic as ever.
Isn't that a good thing?
Never said it wasn't. Just...
It's a tie.
So many of you kids. Even Asia's here. Oh, what a surprise.
Oh, please. Back in the day, half the town would be here.
There's not much to celebrate anymore. I'm growing older, year after year. To the table! To the table! Let me at least pour you some tea. To the table! I baked a cake. Misha, help me fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Misha, dear, you really hurt me yesterday. First, my permit. Even Kolya would let me through with an expired one, back when he worked at the station. Then my luggage. I wonder, what had you in such a hurry that you didn't help me carry it? Then why didn't you say so? You're young. I get it. I was like that myself. Now, take the tray and bring it to the table.
And there it is. I agreed to help with the dishes, hoping to redeem myself only to get chewed out. Aunt Galia wouldn't have done it in front of everyone.
Misha, please serve the tea. You're sitting closest to the samovar.
Less talking, more pouring.
Pour me one with everything. Truly chivalrous of you.
Just add some cold water.
Same as Choma.
You're a big boy now, and you're still imitating your older brother.
I'm not. That's actually how I like it.
With me, it's simple. Just give me some dry tea leaves and I'll smoke them. What's with a blank stare? I'm kidding. Sugar and lemon's fine.
Nothing special for me. Hot, no sugar, no lemon. Don't you remember?
Just what the doctor ordered.
Bellissimo.
Me, I like it hot.
This is amazing.
Mom, I know you have a whole archive of our childhood photos. Here's some more for your collection.
My goodness! Where'd you find all these treasures?
It's our trade secret.
And you're not sharing it? Because of course you aren't.
The tea is so delicious. Just like when we were kids, home after a snowball fight.
Well, we did storm an actual snow castle. You do need armor for that.
I was more fond of New Year's Day. We were allowed to be out all night.
How did you plant that lemon tree then? No, wait, it was a different tree.
There was also the tree with the crows.
Ah, of course. Thanks for reminding me. I'll look that guy up.
Thanks for the birthday wishes. No, I haven't seen Nikolai. He must be in the garage, busy fixing something or another. That really is odd. Where could he be? I'll call you if I find anything out. Kolya's gone. He's not in the garage. Zenaida is worried because he promised to drive her to Kazan. She needs to buy something there.
Why are you surprised? We were a great excuse for him to get out of that trip. Perhaps he won't even yell at us for the car breaking down.
Whichever way this goes, we have to return the car. Perhaps we'll run into Uncle Kolya on the way.
I'm not going, Misha. I won't rest till I know everything's fine. Uncle Kolya may be difficult, but he's not some stranger.
Why complicate things? Asya can stay overnight. The boys can sleep in folding beds.
I should have let Asya stay at my place. I didn't exactly show my best side there.
Here's what I think. It's not likely Uncle Kolya's looking for the car. Or he'd show up here. I'll check at the precinct. Maybe they know.
Why not just call?
If he's gotten himself locked up, I'll have to personally step in.
Exactly. I'm going to call Dad and give him a heads up. Hi, Dad. Don't wait for me tonight. I'm having a sleepover. Everything's fine. We've just been out late. Love you too. See you tomorrow.
Godspeed.
Train station. Should he be? You got it. I don't even know why they're keeping both of us here. You could just ID everyone on the way out. Suppose I feel that you are.
If Uncle Kolya found out that Vitalik is covering for me, he'd badger me about it forever.
Well, shall we?
Uncle Kolya!
It's as if the ground swallowed him.
I can't drive. Fine. I've warned you. You guys are so athletic.
Call me a weakling now. I dare you.
Looks like we're managing it.
I'm starting to like this.
Heave-ho! I should paint this. Car haulers on the Volga.
Watch your hands then.
Put your backs into it. Come on, let's get some speed going.
Easy, if we work as a team.
Don't give up. We can do this.
I think I'm getting my second wind.
We're almost there.
It's eerily quiet.
Going steady.
Push on. Let's make this a Guinness record.
Hi, have you seen Uncle Kolya by any chance?
He's at the police station.
We should have gone with Genghis right away.
We were watching football, had a petty argument, and then he goes, "Do I know you?" Wouldn't calm down till the police brought him in. Trying to pin the car theft on me too. You should go to the precinct and see for yourselves.
There you are. Misha, you need to see this.
Why are you here? This isn't a zoo, and if it is, pay for your tickets. I'm not your uncle.
Your Pobieda's engine died on the way. We just put the car back in the garage.
What's that got to do with you? Why are you protecting that jerk? I don't even know you. Leave me alone.
Let's go. Anzina's been looking for you.
That stupid woman who came to see me? I'd rather sit here a while longer. But you, beautiful, I'd take you out for a stroll.
Well, what did I tell you?
They're both fond of booze.
It's clear, isn't it? The Yanks deployed a psionic weapon. Don't be so paranoid, man.
It still doesn't add up. 2 people with the same symptoms.
Let's go for a walk and discuss it, maybe. It's such a warm night. Feels like summer.
I've got more business to sort out here.
We're going to Mom's place. It's her 60th birthday and we've abandoned her.
We'll keep all the doors unlocked. Just come in and go to bed. We'll tell Mom to expect you.
How about the school?
Back in the day, I used to complain about having to go back to school. Not anymore. Uncle Kolya would often quote this proverb. He'd say, "Don't think prison or poverty can never happen to you." His fear of getting locked up, it sort of made him sycophantic towards his superiors. It was kind of disgusting to witness, to be honest. That being said, he never minced his words with others. As for money, well, you can only make so much working at a train station. I don't suppose Uncle Kolya has a chest full of gold hidden off somewhere that you can get to.
Let's go to the roof. My tongue's about to fall off. Never thought I could chat for a whole night. You're right. It's time to head down. No, really. You've got the morning train passengers to let through. You should get some sleep. I'll be off in the evening. We've got another day to spend together. Should we go right now, or sit here for some more? I'm all ears. I know how you feel about me. When people hesitate like that, it's obvious. I feel cozy next to you, too.
Dear passengers, the train now approaching Platform 1 is the 423 service from Kazan. Please stand clear from the edge of the platform.
Reveille. Reveille.
Dear passengers of the 423
What are you
service
doing
from Kazan, your train
Did
has
you get
arrived
kicked out of the
on
house or
platform
something?
1. Numbering
Classmates
of the
can't
car
be
starts at the
bedmates,
front
huh?
of the train.
Fine,
Thank you for your
whatever. Get
attention.
up. The train's pulling in.
Your parents are in Kazan, right, Misha? Has it been long since you checked on them? Kazan's giving off a bad vibe. Helicopters and cops everywhere. Army vehicles, too. We decided not to wait for the news. Took off home in a hurry. A backwater place like this feels safer. Not far from a military post, too. Tried to get my old folks to come along, but they wouldn't abandon the house.
We have to hurry, Misha. Mum's lost her memory. God damn it, Misha, which part isn't clear? I came in for breakfast, and she said to Chioma, you could have at least introduced your friend. We thought of that, smart guy. Now Mum's convinced we tampered with her passport. Come along and see if she remembers you. Maybe she'll acknowledge me if everyone tells her. Don't even look in that direction. You can check that out later.
Dear
Our
passengers,
house is a
the
shorter
423
walk.
service to Kazan. Will now depart from platform 1. Please stand
What's
clear
more
of the
important to
platform
you,
edge.
a helicopter or Mum? Catch up, Misha. I'm about to go crazy here. The world's slowest elevator. I'll wait here. Mom can't stand the sight of me now.
This doesn't seem like Aunt Gaia. Her door is always ajar.
Who's there? I have not lost my memory. Are you alone? Such a relief. I kept watch, waiting for her all night long. Only dozed off at dawn. There's a deranged man in town. Came here in the morning and insisted he was my son. And Tioma backed him up. Why aren't the police doing anything? From now on, I'm locking my door. Is that some practical joke? How do you know him? Tioma does too. Does Asya? What kind of a name is Almaz? Well, if you insist, you're like little kids. Just have to play your games. Then again, it's my birthday, isn't it? It's got to be memorable. Am I right? Don't waste your time, Misha, dear. You're not going to find any almaz here.
Oh, but I will. That toy train set was a present to him from Uncle Bahir.
He bought that wretched train set for Choma as a New Year present. Back then, you dreamt of faraway lands. You almost took residence in our house, playing with it for days on end.
Yeah, that happened. But who do you think this little crying guy is?
What? You don't recognize yourself? Or how you lost your mind? You monopolized that train set. For all that Tioma had been taught to share, in the end, he had enough and took it back.
Choma and I are the same age here. Well, look, the other boy in the picture is clearly younger.
You know, you're right. Who is that then?
Take a hint. It's Almaz.
I know. A friend of mine had come over and brought her kid along. Exactly.
Stop making things up, Aunt Galia.
Don't raise your voice at your elders. That's enough joking.
What's funny about this? Imagine how Almaz is feeling right now.
Imagine how I'm feeling right now. People are telling me I've gone insane.
We want to help.
I'm perfectly fine.
Ah, check your passport. There must be a mention of Almaz in it.
So you too had a hand in tampering with my passport, you good-for-nothing.
Look inside the photo album we gave you yesterday. Almaz is all over it.
The photographs are doctored. I've read how that can be done. Out of arguments, are you?
Almaz puts his hopes in me. I must do everything I can. Aunt Galia is on edge. Enough for now, maybe. Almaz and I can think of more strategies later. All right, I give up. You saw right through us.
I must confess, I was almost convinced. You were really thorough about the whole business. No idea what the point was, however.
Ah, I gave up too early with Aunt Galia. I should have been pushier.
How did it go? I'm not just gonna give up. I'll wait for her on the bench here. She'll leave the house at some point.
Now I can go and pick up Asya. I'm on my way, Asya. I wonder how Asya is doing. Now I can go and pick up Asya.
No, Artyom. If you love me, don't open that door. Don't you hear me, Artyom? It's the kids and their pranks. I don't want to see anyone.
I'm on my way, Asya. I wonder how Asya is doing. I'm back. What's our plan?
Yes, I've seen the helicopters. Yes, I am home. Yes, I am fine. Well, that changes everything. Have you heard about the events here in Kazan? My phone has been on fire since this morning. Why? Here I am, enjoying a cup of coffee on my balcony. The worst that can happen to us will happen. We're all going to die. Fair enough. You know, about what you said when you called the other day, I've thought about it. I suppose it's time to let bygones be bygones. So, you approve then?
Why won't she stay at home? Walking around with all that damn nonsense going on. What, Asya? You're still asleep? Get up, sleepyhead. She didn't wait after all. Must have run off to the station to see me. So what's the deal with this visit? Today a helicopter, tomorrow a UFO. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. She must have been bored enough to find something to entertain herself with.
How is this possible? She used to memorize every phone number, every birthday. She never forgot a soul.
Why are you fussing around? Asya? Well, why didn't you say so? I've seen her. She was up by your window. I told her she was late for the train. I suppose she went off to gawk at the helicopter. It's what everyone's going on about. Who's in it, and why, and what for.
What if Asya's forgotten everything too?
They say it's some kind of emergency.
Hey, Misha! What are you, a stranger? Hey, Misha, you're here too. Meet my fiancée, Olya. Olya, this is Misha. We've known each other since school.
Nice to meet you too.
Why'd you skip work yesterday? Did you find him? Rumor has it that your neighbor Vitya doesn't recognize his kids anymore too. That the same woman you were chattering away with yesterday at the station? No, but go check the hospital. Maybe she's getting tested. A flu epidemic or something. They've sent some big boss over from Kazan. Hell of a guy, loud. They're marching everyone off to get tested, threatening to put us in quarantine. Well, what is it then? Gee, you're really cheering us up, Misha. I would have preferred the flu.
I'm not a fan of medical stuff, but if Asia's in the hospital, I can manage for her sake. Asia? Are you here? Has anyone seen Asia?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop yelling. Have you had a blood sample taken yet?
You here for a blood test? That's further down the hallway. That's a police matter, not ours. Go and get tested. If she was there, her name will be in the log.
Anyone else here for tests?
Your place is at the back of the line.
Come in and sit down.
I'm not a fan of medical stuff. Asia's in the hospital. I can manage for her sake.
Next.
Should I try to get ahead of the line? I only need to ask about Asia.
Move on. Don't slow down the queue. Relax. Try to feel at home. Anyone else here for tests? What's your name?
Snegov Mikhail Anatolyevich.
Come in and sit down.
As they say, thank you for doing your civic duty. You're here, and you don't know, eh? There's a suspected novel strain of flu, like the Spanish one earlier this century. We need a large sample to be sure. Whether to vaccinate or to test first is our call to make. In about a week. Does this look like an information desk to you?
What's with you being so grumpy today? Why not help the guy? You never know. What's the girl's name? I'll check the logbook. Kamishina. You say Kamishina. No record, sorry. Next. Relax. Try to feel at home.
Looks like Asya isn't at the hospital. Not where I'd want to find her anyway. If I were Asya, where would I look? What are our private landmarks? The most prominent ones. She can't know about Aunt Gaia, or else she won't leave. I mean, she even stayed for Uncle Koya's sake. On the other hand, how can I lie to her? She'll never forgive me. Where else could Asya be? Should I ask Genghis for help?
Move along. Don't slow down the queue. Take the chair, please.
Police. He's on patrol duty, driving around town. It's about the testing. Can I take a message?
So Genghis is on patrol. Catching him will take some effort.
Anyone else here for tests? Come in.
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan. Whoa, why are you running around like a madman? Her too, you think? God damn it. So you also think it's got something to do with Vitya and the others? If you have no evidence, you could cause trouble. Better keep quiet for now, provided she remembers who you are.
Such fine weather. And she's holed up at home. When we were kids, Mom would take us to the park. Lately, it's me who takes her there.
Enough already. I'm going to call the police.
definitely get down to work on it once everybody's gone. I should either put away that frame or find something new to put inside it.
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
I feel like Andrei Balkonsky when I'm near our oak tree. Nothing makes sense. Everything is futile, and nothing good awaits.
Misha! Blockhead. What? Did you think I lost my memory too? Did you go to Aunt Galia's place? What are we going to do? I was talking about Aunt Galia. But what about my work trip? So, you think the whole mess is because of this forgetting thing? I don't even know what to call it. What are your plans? Then let's go to the station, shall we?
I wonder how old it is. It's simply massive. Probably remembers the mammoths. Does an oak tree have memories? Can it forget? Or will it be the last one to remember us after we all forget each other? I need to get Asya out of here. Something bad is going on in this town. She'd be better off not coming back here. If you've known someone a long time, even silence feels intimate.
And here's Misha. He'll have all the answers for us. What's the deal with the train, man?
There won't be a train.
You can call the bosses.
Say, for example, what time the train will be here?
It'll be here when we stop it. Let us out on the tracks, Misha, if calling isn't an option. You're all over the place. First you admit the flu thing is a load of bull, and now you won't let us out? Whose side are you on? Misha, right now you absolutely don't have to be some big boss.
Please. Misha needs that train as much as you do to put me on it. But what difference does it make if there is no train? What can he do?
He can let us through the door to the platform. We'll handle it from there, no worries.
Let me say a few words to Misha. He'll listen to me. Listen, man, my life is in Moscow. Children leave the nest sooner or later. It's your nest that's backwards. The parents left. I don't want to be stuck here and end up like my mom. I'm sure others feel the same way. Why? You did have ambition. You wanted to win Asya's heart, and you just didn't know how. You tailed her everywhere. Oh, please. Asya and you, fat chance. You might as well say you won the Nobel Prize in Physics or have been appointed Minister of Transportation. Although in that case, you would have no problem letting us out. What are we talking about, anyway? How do you know my name? Why, of course. I showed you my permit on the way in. Misha? Misha who? Do you have any idea how many Mishas I've met in Moscow? You weren't among them. I've never seen you before, and I hope I never see you again. How do I know you aren't making this up? All right, I'm done wasting time. For the last time, are you letting us out or not?
Now I'll have to look for new work. Well, I was going to leave with Asya anyway, wasn't I?
I see it! It's getting closer! Hey! Stop the train!
Why won't it stop? Hey! Stop the train! Everyone out of the way! It almost ran over us. Satisfied?
Whatever. We'll see who gets the last laugh. We're gonna hijack a bus and make a break for freedom. Why would we? Let me get this straight. Are you threatening us? So what are you suggesting? We can think about it elsewhere. It makes no difference. I'd rather go home. I see. Smart choice. Love and harmony to you both. Wait! Don't leave without me!
Home?
Nothing left to do at the station. I should head home, crash, and forget this whole nightmare.
I'll stay over at Aunt Galia's for the night. She needs support now.
I thought you were leaving today, Asya.
That's what I thought too, until we were told at the station that the train had been cancelled. Can you imagine?
That means Choma's still in town, right? He's crazy. What happened to the train? An accident? Then I've got a ton of time for Mom. That means I'm next. I need to hurry. How can I get through to Mom? The flowers haven't helped either.
Me? I'll go to Aunt Galia and see what I can do.
Did you do this?
Don't leave the room,
Mom's
don't
favorite.
make the mistake. Joseph Brodsky.
See you tomorrow. I hope there'll be a tomorrow.
Give me 5 minutes and I'm all yours. What's with your tone? I went around the shops to stock up on essentials. We don't know what to expect yet. Don't remind me about him. Did she hit her head? So people weren't kidding. I need to process what you said.
Lo and behold, my oak tree. It's been such a long time since I last visited you. It was always Mom I went to. I think your place has barely changed. Suppose the quarantine drags on, you lose your job, and you hibernate. You're a Misha, after all. A name they give to bears, and it'll be winter soon. Your wish is my command. I suppose I'll be off to bed then. I'm dead tired. What's he doing at the station? He should be an engineer or a naval architect.
You're a heck of a sleeper. I've already had breakfast. Fat Chan's still pushing the flu story. They even ran an on-the-ground report about it. What's the point? Haven't you heard about the whole country grinding to a halt? I've called Vitalik too. He says there won't be a train today either, to pick up Asya. You just won't take no for an answer, will you? Well, go get ready then. You're already here. I was about to come to yours.
Sure. Bring out the excuses.
Even Almaz is up.
Hi there. I calmed her down. Had to tell her it was you who'd forgotten your mother and went looking for her. What? At least I did something.
Shall we get going? How about a stroll?
I'm off to the Institute. I've got work to do. Quarantine or no quarantine.
I'm coming with you. I'm not letting you go missing again.
Blockhead. You think you can save me from amnesia by being at my side?
Are you coming along, Almaz?
God, going to Mom is so scary. Well, off to the Institute we go. Walking around is better when you've got company. God, going to Mom is so scary.
Who's there? You again? If you understand now, why show up? If you want to make amends, stop coming back here. I know. They told me already. What do you want from me? I've already forgiven you. Now go. You look like a grown man, but you whimper like a little girl. You really do need a mother to lead you by the hand. Go. Don't make me cross. I'm going to call the police. You can stay with them. You think I won't? I will, and you know it.
Is she really gonna call the police? I gotta scram.
Hello, is this the police?
I once painted all over the entrance hall wall. No one told me off. On the contrary, Mom suggested that I should paint more. Mom was always supportive of me. For his part, Dad put in a word so it wasn't considered vandalism. It became an impromptu exhibit. Even the school newspaper wrote about it. But one day, they repaired the entrance hall, painting it all over.
Almaz, is that you making the ruckus in there? I was on patrol. They told me over the radio to come here and sort things out. It's a short drive. Listen, buddy, you're chasing after your mom the way others chase after women. Don't know how to put this politely, but it don't look very healthy. Listen, you're only making it worse. Next time, it might not be me who responds to the call. You might end up behind bars for quite a while. And I'm telling you, as a friend, to back off. Temporarily, at least. Choose the right moment. Don't be so obvious. Strategy, tactics, and all that. Let's go. Don't get stubborn on me. Where'd you want to live to? Your mom's watching us, over there in the window. Let her think I've dealt with you.
Incentive, are you done at Zacchaeus?
Affirmative.
Then hurry off to the town council. The garrison commander is about to start his speech. People are trickling in already.
Copy that.
Quiet
We're
now.
What did he say? Can hear
There
a
aren't
thing.
many of you. Does no one care what's happening in this country?
The TV won't stop going on about it. We've heard enough.
Then why are you here? Nobody forced you to show up. Those are baseless accusations. In due time or a little later.
Is that supposed to be funny?
As soon as the epidemiological situation stabilizes. We're keeping a close watch. How could I know when that will happen? Unlike my soldiers, the disease does not report to me. Hey, you know what? Come back when you've learned some discipline, boy. I have no time for you.
Don't shut him up. Give him an earful, bro. I'll fill you in later. Right now, let's call our valiant warriors bluff.
Haven't heard that before. I will make some inquiries. Do not insult me. Will you let me end this meeting. The latter, of course, but I'd like questions to remain reasonable and civil. Enough now!
No, not enough. You'll go when the people let you.
Don't make it worse, Almaz. There's enough trouble as it is.
If you want to vent, you have us. That's what friends are for.
Don't listen to them, man. You're doing everything right.
That's it. My patience is out. Take him away.
Sorry, buddy. An order's an order.
Now we've got plenty of time to discuss anything we can think of. They opened fire at the checkpoint. Just warning shots, thankfully, but enough to stop us. The driver spun the truck around hard. It skid off the road and flipped on its side. We climbed out through the windows and scattered. They didn't bother to chase us, let it slide the first time, I suppose. Less than an hour into our incarceration, we were out of ways to entertain ourselves.
Almaz, you've been too spry for your own good as it is. How about you put your feet up for a minute? And that's exactly the attitude that got you here. I resisted for as long as I could, but they put themselves in charge and everything on account of the state of emergency. Kutu, I know you won't rest till you get it.
Hello? Are you calling about the camp? Who gave you my number? I don't believe you. You've already spun me a sweater's worth of yarn. Did he care about me when he ran away yesterday? He'll be fine. It'll do him good to sit there and reflect on his actions.
I'm feeling like a revolutionary from the time of the Tsars.
Come on, Genghis, out with it. Are Almaz and Choma in your custody?
Of course they are, of course they are.
But you will let them go, right? Right?
I can't. Gotta do my goddamn duty.
Will you let us see them?
I have no right to do that either. You're not family.
Genghis, come on. You let us see Uncle Kolya, and this is Choma and Almaz.
That was 2 days ago. Things have changed in a major way since then.
When will they be released?
Soon. They'll be here for a couple of days till everyone forgets about them, then they can walk.
Remember how Genghis smashed a town window and wound up here?
He was always too prone to accept a dare.
I guess it's karma. Us being here now for leaving him out to dry then.
But we were the ones who got him out of that one too. Even back then, we'd go to jail for him if we had to.
We didn't get him out. It was Dad.
Yeah, but only when we confessed that we had dared Genghis to smash the window of his office.
It's not a good thing to do. Dragging others into your family matters? We'd had a fight with Dad, and that had nothing to do with Genghis.
By the way, Dad often said pretty harsh things about him. Genghis was, after all, a punk.
What we did certainly didn't make him more popular. Besides, the reason for the fight had been us refusing to volunteer for the Subotnik.
All that gardening. I was never one for manual labor. I use my head. That's more who I am.
Is Chioma with you? Let me in. I'm getting in one way or another. Artyom, how did this happen? Oh, you're here too, punk. At last.
Is that our mom, Almaz?
You've still got your sense of humor, even here. I'm proud of you.
I honestly don't remember you. Nothing comes to mind.
What are my favorite flowers?
Lilacs? Starwarts? Peonies? I don't know.
Roses! Ordinary red roses! You're giving wrong answers on purpose. Do you really know my number? It's what's going to happen. Seriously, Nael, let these two goofballs leave. They may have gotten a little carried away, but they wouldn't hurt a fly.
I could let you go, Almaz, but your brother...
What did I do that was so bad?
You're a repeat offender. Yesterday you hijacked a bus. That's right, I saw you scurry away from the checkpoint. And today you're stirring up trouble at the public gathering.
Almaz was at that meeting too.
But otherwise he's clean. Just a couple of days before everyone stops caring who's locked up in here. There's enough of other problems right now. Well, you can go. Hurry up, Almaz, before I change my mind.
What's going on with Chioma?
Almaz is joking around as usual. I'll release the prisoner in a few days after he's cooled down.
We had no doubt about Almaz. But do you promise?
Word of the Khan.
We have it bad. Chioma's forgotten me.
We've noticed.
So, is this where we part ways, youngster?
All right, you can stay at my place.
That should be enough hugging.
One more minute, please.
You're really serious about this.
You know this is forever.
They stood there for a while, and then a while longer.
Unbearable.
It's almost evening. You don't want me to stay here overnight, do you?
Will you tell me a bedtime story? Like when I was a kid?
Let me go, Almaz. Almaz? What's your patronymic? Oh, of course. Almaz Bahirovich.
Don't go. Please, don't.
You'll have to let go of me at some point.
How could something like this happen?
All right, that's it. Enough. This is too much.
I just can't deal with this.
I'm leaving. Still got chores to do at home.
If you ever need me, I'll be there at once.
What's the magic word that will set me free?
Let's just be silent for a while.
You're quite heavy, you know.
Wish I could turn back time.
Any longer and we'll get stuck like this.
We're together, come what may.
Don't be melodramatic. Everything's gonna be all right.
We're together, come what may.
We're finished.
Hey, mister! Yeah, you there in the uniform.
Hey, pig! Got a smoke? And who are you lecturing us?
Leave them be. Let them get caught like I was, and they'll start to see sense.
Gee, look at him. He cares. Father of the year. Of what hook? Nothing happened. Got ratted out. We thought it went all smooth like.
To hell with them. Let's go, Genghis.
I'm coming with you.
You little rat.
Look! More soldiers.
Misha and Asi will probably stay home. They don't need anyone in the world right now. They already went there this morning. I stayed at Misha's for the night. I don't want to know what you just imagined. Hey, what's that? Can you smell it? It's like smoke. The orphanage is on fire. Quick, let's go to your place and call the fire brigade.
There's a hole in the fence. It's a shortcut. I'll show you. Follow me. We are almost at the hole. I'm scared.
It's those rascals of mine. It's their revenge. A few kids went missing. They had acted rude to me in the afternoon and threatened me. I told them the police might become interested in them. And in the evening, they weren't there. I can imagine. They're out of control. They really are. 11 people in this wing, 9 in the other one.
I'll take the second wing.
your throat. Probably easy to breathe with the cold in here. Gotta find go to your dead. No need to breathe. You think I am a professional diver? I'm not good at holding my breath.
"5 days in a row, let a man get some sleep. Will they or won't they?"
Get ready to go. Genghis is in the hospital. You haven't heard about the orphanage fire? Imagine sleeping through all of this.
Should I take Aunt Galia and Asya along to see Genghis or not? Oh, that'll be my second visit to the hospital in 3 days.
Who's there?
I'm here. Zinaida already called to tell us.
Just shaken. You go, and I'll head to the camp. We talked to the authorities and arranged accommodation for everyone who needs it. The kids will be housed in the school, and the grown-ups in the tents outside the building.
Aunt Galia has forgotten Genghis.
I don't remember him. How should I act toward him? It's going to be very awkward. By all means. Come by the school, too. We could use your help.
If even Genghis didn't escape, I don't even know anymore.
Did you want something? Tell me, quickly though. He's lucky to be alive. It could have been worse. I know. Isienef is a real man and everything, but... Well, you can head straight to the patient.
Stay orderly, children. Our hero needs rest.
I'm gonna be a policeman too when I finish school. Will you be our coach when they check you out of here?
You're gonna regret you even asked. I'll make you sweat like no tomorrow.
All right, time to go. There are more visitors.
We'll come again.
Mikhail, how wonderful. You're just the person I need. Come to the school later to help. There's going to be a camp outside the school to shelter all the newly homeless people. My kids were even allowed inside the school. They're still investigating. But it's clear, isn't it? My fugitives set the fire. Yes, a couple of bad eggs. Comrade Staff Sergeant himself couldn't stop them, so I had no chance either. His name's Nail, not Genghis. You were lucky, growing up along someone so admirable and inspiring. What are you talking about, Mikhail? I've only known him since the fire. More of us? What do you mean? I'll be waiting for you outside the school.
Here to see me too? No more trials for me, please, if at all possible. Scars adorn a man. It's nice, the whole thing. So many visitors today. You mean we're from the same town? Sure. I'm gonna have to ask you an awkward question, though. So you know my name, but I don't know yours. How is that fair? Quit making fun of a sick man. Are you gonna get what's coming to you? Who told you? None of them. Any other questions?
Hi, Uncle Misha. Yes, me and a bunch of kids ran away. Katya doesn't recognize me. When are we going to build a ship?
Sitting at the opposite ends of a corridor, the epitome of a broken family. A single sheet of paper is all I need. Petya is waiting. I'll distract him with a paper boat. Went to the hospital. Now I'm needed outside the school. Apparently everyone needs me. Absolutely everyone.
It's so awesome to have friends around. I'm flattered. It's nice to see that news of my heroic feats travels fast. Whoa. Hang on a minute. I only remember bits and pieces from last night because... Is that the truth? I knew I didn't have much time left.
Shall we start? Have you made things out of folded paper before? That step wasn't right. Let's go back. You start like this. Now over to you. I'll guide.
So easy.
That step wasn't right. Let's go back. That step wasn't right. Let's go back. What did you guys play with at home?
We had toy cars, toy soldiers, a ball.
So you and your dad had fun, eh?
That was nice. He got mad sometimes, but we always made up later.
Yeah, Katya's wonderful too.
She used to read me bedtime stories.
And there it is, the final fold. Went to the hospital, now I'm needed outside the school. Apparently everyone needs me. Absolutely everyone.
To the Kazan Municipal Department of Hell on Earth. No, I wouldn't say so. Just poking fun at the whiners. We met up. I'd even say we had a good time together. Either she's changed or the situation has affected her in that way. You sound like you're encouraging a friend who doesn't know what to do about a girl he just met. You know, there are people I wish I could forget, but no such luck. May it stay that way, son. May it stay that way. Well, I solemnly swear.
I'd say good afternoon, but it's not. Misha, you still remember me? Aunt Galia called and told me about Almaz. Perhaps it's the same thing with us. You should know that your father and I met yesterday. We made up. That's more than enough to start, I think. Did you give your father the idea to call me? Then your father is smarter than I thought. Tell me, have you not forgotten anyone? Me neither. Maybe you're immune. Sooner or later, people will realize that it doesn't affect everyone. I could come myself. Haven't been in our town for so long. Let's have a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like everyone who should be here is here. Get in the bus, everybody, and don't hold anyone up.
Campfire and tents.
And
it's
here
like I'm a
comes
kid
the new
again.
blood. Those crates right in front of you are for the camp. Whole lot of lugging to do.
I'll go ask Aunt Galia how I can make myself useful.
That's enough idling.
Once upon a time, there lived by the seaside 5 inseparable friends. They would spend whole days out at sea. It was a wonder their parents still recognized them. But one day, a storm unlike any ever seen destroyed their little town and carried the children away into the open sea.
I'd like to at least have everyone accommodated and fed by
They were on the verge
nightfall.
of drowning, when suddenly there appeared a boat as wide as snow and rescued the children from a rough sea. It was no ordinary boat, but a living thing with a name. A skull-shaped rock stood tall on the tiny island, and under the rock sat a chest full of gold. But as soon as someone reached out to the chest, the lid snapped shut. The chest, too, was a living thing. With promises of carefree future, it convinced one of the children to stay on the island and become a pirate. His friends implored him to continue
I
the
never
journey
thought
with
I'd
them,
end up on the
but to
street.
no avail.
There's even a coziness to this place and its Spartan conditions.
The other seafarers went on in search of their home, though they had no inkling as to where the tumultuous sea had brought them. The storm had already abated, the sea was calm, and the boat barely made any headway. Finally, an island loomed ahead. As soon as they made landfall and prepared to rest, the island shook, revealing itself to be the back of a whale. The children hurried away. The whale could dive at any moment, pulling them underwater. The boat crossed the sea far and wide, but never brought the children home. The wanderers met no end of misadventures. Once they came across mermaids. One of the children could not resist the charms of their sweet song, and the mermaids carried him away to the
This should be enough to start.
Aisha, still messing around with the kids. Lost all notion of time.
We'll bring more later.
One victim
Got
was
more
none
places to
other,
deliver to.
and they gave chase. The mermaids ran forward and rocked, nearly
As you were.
until they found themselves bombarded with trash. The projectiles of teenagers who lived on a nearby island. They were only slightly older than our band of seafarers. The third child stayed behind with them. He was lured by the teenagers' promise of complete freedom from parents. The boat sailed on into the boundless ocean, carrying the last 2 children, a brother and sister. Dolphins incessantly pushed them back toward land, but as soon as the boat crossed an invisible boundary, they instead became helpful. And that was how the children reached the continent, where they were welcomed ashore by grown-ups who had lost their own children. They became as one big family to each other and lived happily ever after. I'm finished. How about you? Your place, then. I'll stay at your place for the night, if you don't mind. I'd like to spend the last days of my old life with you. Wish I had your optimism, but where would I get any, with everything going on around us?
I hope I can make it home without being signed up for more volunteer work.
I should forget who I am, too. Not like this. Neither here nor there.
It's strange to be in your childhood hometown while all these events unfold. A coincidence is only what it looks like to us. I suppose I'm not the only one caught in a situation like this. I have had bad premonitions. Put the kettle on, maybe? And put on some music. I could pick up the phone, but this isn't my house.
Is Asia with you, Misha? She called me 2 days ago to say the trains had been cancelled, and I haven't heard from her since. If you'd be so kind.
Vladlen Alexeyevich? The man who accommodated me in Kazan? My dad? I haven't seen my father since I left Moscow to study. Give us a minute, Misha. Dad? Is that real? That's no joking matter. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't say that. Please don't. I can't. I can't.
I can't leave Asya all alone at a moment like this. Asya! Wait for me! Don't run away!
Freeze!
He's gone. Lucky son of
I can't leave Asya. Things are becoming fraught. I'll wait for Asya at home. She'll be sensible enough to come back. Where is Asya now? Alone, in the middle of the night. Asya and I could be together at my place right now. As romantic as an evening can get. The town's dangerous and the world's going crazy. If this is happening here, where everyone knows everyone, what must it be like outside? Besides, it's fall, and the night gets cold. I hope Asia goes to the camp. It's better than nothing. Ideally, of course, she should ask Aunt Galia to take her in. She might catch a cold and be bedridden for weeks. I don't care about myself. What if she takes her own life on an impulse by jumping into the pond or from a roof? How can I help Asia? People live for years with incurable illness, taking medicine, and this is only a memory thing. I wish we could find the cause of the disease. That's something we could have a fighting chance against. Even if we don't obliterate the thing itself, we could at least undo the consequences. An enemy whose face you've seen is no longer intimidating. You overcome your fear and put up a fight. Fingers crossed that the doctors discover the foe in our blood. However, the disease must be sentient to be capable of selectively wiping memories. Once we eliminate infection, we're left with conspiracy theories and the paranormal. Maybe we're dreaming all. I've heard a theory. What if a long time ago, people lost their common language? This is happening again. Tower of Babylon, round 2. Asia, please be Asia.
Sorry for ruining your evening. I was afraid you'd answer differently. I spent all night sitting on the pigeon loft next to my old house, rooted to the spot. Well, I remember having a father. I remember the place we lived. I just don't remember who he was. Yeah, let's go. Beats being stuck at home anyhow. A stroll around town it is. How about we start with the garages? I heard they're selling medicine there. Let me ask you in turn. Who's Uncle Collier? Did I know him?
Uncle Collier just can't stay put, can he? Let's see what he's up to this time. Uncle Collier just can't stay put, can he? Let's see what he's up to this time.
Hey, more buyers. I'm getting good word of mouth. I discovered it by good old scientific trial and error. Don't believe me? Snergov Mikhail Anatolievich, born in the otherwise good year of 1976 on September the 7th to Nadezhda and Anatoly Snergov, employed as controller at our train station. You, Commissioner Anastasia Vladlinovna, deafened us with your first cry on July 26, 1976. Mother, Olga, croaked when you were 11.
No, don't bring my mother into this.
Remember how you got me the job at the station?
Why, of course. Why not help a nice person out when you get the opportunity?
You sang a different tune back then. They're chasing me out into retirement. I'm not letting anyone have my job, and so on.
Yeah, that was rash of me. But I did put in a good word for you in the end.
Then it turned out that you'd been counting on me getting fired the next day. You got me the job because you didn't think I was a viable candidate. And at first you micromanaged me constantly, chewed me out for every trifle. You played the irreplaceable veteran of the workforce.
So that's the thanks I get. I was passing on my experience to you, and you reproached me for it.
Well, if that's true, tell me how it happened. I gladly hear your side of the story. Perhaps I don't remember all of it now. After all, it's been a good few years.
Well, like I said, I was trying to help. I suppose it was clumsy, but I did what I could.
And they could have kept you on for longer. It's just, you got on everyone's nerves so much by then that they were eager to get rid of you.
If I'd been such a jerk, then why didn't they kick me out earlier?
They couldn't find a replacement. I work 7 days a week too, you know, and there's no one else to work the shifts. At least they're not making me sit there in the afternoon. Our bosses are great. If it weren't for your colleagues, you would have gotten away with your bullying.
You're spiteful. Is there nothing else you can remember?
Would you rather forget? Or have you forgotten already? Perhaps I'm making it all up.
Me? I don't hold grudges. Why remember vile stuff about each other?
Ah, so you admit you've forgotten. Because you know, I was messing with you. None of that actually happened. You supported me in every way possible.
Then why are you messing with my head? You're...
Better confess to what you're doing here.
If you know a way to trick people, you smartasses, then out with it. I'll cut you in.
Thanks, but we're not desperate for cash. What we need from you is the truth. Or should we make the military aware of the scheme you're running?
All right then, here goes. I stole people's records from the station. I know everything about everyone now.
Not quite everything, apparently.
Are you listening or what? Who am I telling this to? I can pretend I'm completely free of confusion, and what I'm peddling as medicine is ordinary aspirin. Yeah, and who'll reimburse me for the bribe to get into the station for the year's worth of aspirin. By the time that happens, I'll have earned good money and gotten out of here. All right, all right. Don't do anything rash. I'll return the records. I'm headed there anyway.
I'm finding it hard to trust Uncle Kolya, especially now that he's forgotten me. He can always go somewhere else and sell his stuff there. Let Uncle Kolya forget what he was like in his past life. At least something good has come from his obliviousness.
You lied to Uncle Kolya, didn't you? He actually did bully you. Do you think he'll become a better person? No one's a villain in their own eyes. You did the right thing, but the hope for the cure is gone. Then let's go and... how'd you put it? Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
Do you remember that rock band from Sverdlovsk that played on our town holiday? They weren't really big stars, but it was certainly a big enough event for a place as backwater as ours.
We had to slip away from our parents. They didn't want their kids to listen to a bunch of lutes.
Yeah, but the thing is, Shoma and Almaz had to. Their dad was a party member. He boycotted the concert. The boys only made it to the very end of the show.
Oh, yeah. Toma must have been really jealous.
Yeah, he later questioned Genghis, who had a lot to say about it. I let you sit on my shoulders so you could see the stage better.
That means we must have been further back in the crowd. No catching stage dives for us, huh? Like they do at concerts now.
You've become quite the expert. Back then, your father put you on a week-long classical detox so you didn't ruin your taste in music.
I liked all kinds of music. Still do. Why force yourself into a mold? I don't feel any connection to this place. I must not be properly awake yet. My thinking's slow. Just wait till I get going. Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer.
Once, during summer vacation, we ate a ton of ice cream here and didn't even have the money to pay for it all.
I think we huffed it out without paying that time, only for our parents to drag us back by our ears later.
It was just something we wanted to do. Our imagination had painted this scary picture, and we gave up on the idea.
But it did turn out fine, somehow. A patron helped us out or something.
The cashier took our word for it. You can bring it later. We were regulars there after all.
I remember it was a really hot day. We were all sweating, and the ice cream put Toma in bed with a cold for a week.
No, Asya, that was Almaz. And if anything, he was happy about it. A cold meant his mother hovering over him all the time.
And we'd stand under his windows and tease him. Come out to play! Some friends we were. I'm getting something. It's on the tip of my tongue, teasing me, but I have no idea what's it about. It's all so vague.
Those flowers I picked for you in 5th grade, they were nice, weren't they?
But then, you got into major trouble for vandalizing a public flower bed.
Toma ratted me out, gnashing his teeth with jealousy.
Our Toma? Or some other one? I think you gave each other the silent treatment for a week afterward.
Of course, our Toma. Why would some other Toma be jealous? He wouldn't let me be alone with you, and vice versa, actually. So, yeah, that's why we never went anywhere as a trio.
I remember the way you looked at me. Someone else, though. Either I've forgotten, or I never noticed.
Yeah, those are the days. We saved on everything. We'd even get flowers straight from the flower bed instead of the market.
It was romantic. I kept your flowers in a vase until they lost their last petals. Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
Our stop. We used to sit here and chat for hours.
We'd always hang out at the park. Past the gate, we had to take separate paths home. That's why we grew fond of the bus stop.
The buses thought we were waiting for them. They'd always keep the doors open for us and then hurry us along with those angry horns going beep, beep.
The buses looked cozy. It was all dark, all round. The only light inside of them, but there were no passengers.
We did take a ride once. You remember? We circled around the entire town till the bus went to rest.
Someone joked, the wedding coach is here, and you blushed. It was obvious even in the scant evening light.
Almaz made that joke. I mean, who else? Karma caught up with him after that, though. He didn't notice the wasp in his compot. He was silent a few days after that.
And that time, the bus driver didn't kick us out even though his shift had ended. He looked at us with a kind smile, waiting for us to get bored and leave, but we couldn't get enough. Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer.
Do you want me to hoist you up? We can hide from adversity in our helicopter, like the good old days.
Helicopter! First, we kept correcting him, and then we started saying it like that, too.
Almaz was a bad influence on us. He also liked to jump off the rope into the pond, splashing everyone there.
The rope isn't there anymore. And neither is the ladder we used to climb the tree. At this rate, the oak itself will disappear soon.
The ladder, the rope. My most vivid memory is Genghis climbing up this rope using only his hands.
And what stuck in my memory were your aviator goggles. The pilot of the helicopter. Full method acting.
I have an even stronger memory of you reading a book in your father's study. I admired you through these binoculars.
And I remember the shadows of leaves dancing on your face on a sunny day. You were all dappled. This doesn't feel like the town I knew. This doesn't feel like the town I knew.
Oh, this hospital. I'll never forget that checkup we had to go through as school kids.
Was that when they took the blood tests and a boy from our class nearly fainted?
That was me, actually. But then Choma and Genghis brought me back around.
Exactly. You skipped school later, pretending to be sick when you were actually afraid of being mocked.
It was only later that my father taught me that you have to laugh at yourself first and disarm everyone.
Well, our sense of humor wasn't much at the time. Rather dull.
That's why Almaz and I would prepare our jokes beforehand.
But there was never a good occasion to use them, so you fired them off at random times. Indeed. Why waste them?
I did get laughs in the end. Not for my jokes, alright, but for the clumsy way I worked them in.
That wasn't mocking laughter. You really were very funny, and the next day everyone would forget about it. We were a friendly class.
And so our paths cross once again. Where are you going, you lovebirds?
I think my father isn't the only person I've forgotten. He's right there.
This wasn't a good time to run into you. I'll go and remind you of my existence no longer.
Don't go. Please stay. If I've forgotten you, then let's get to know each other again.
Time enough for that. Enjoy each other's company while you can.
You know, the pigeon loft was built by the owners of the old village house. It's gone, but the loft is still there.
Somebody lived here. Either Almaz or Genghis, or one of the girls from our class. Was it Varya or Masha or...
Close enough. You lived here.
So that's why I had the urge to go to the pigeon loft last night.
You moved here when the Institute provided your father with an apartment.
So he worked at the Institute here? It's like you're talking about some complete strangers to me.
I wish I was 15 again. Then I could have given those kids here a run for their money last Saturday.
Huh? Us and the orphanage kids together? When was that? We always avoided them.
I'm talking about Aunt Galia's birthday, not the old days. While Zinaida went off to fetch the photo.
Oh, the children running around? Well, it's not like we're playing games. We'd been entrusted with an important task.
I don't like you right now. Tell me, what was the photo Zinaida gave us?
I remember we gathered pictures for Aunt Galia, but who donated what is a blur.
Alright, that's good enough. Zinaida's photo was our graduation ball.
Wasn't that one yours? Why would Zinaida keep a photo of our graduation ball?
on the roof of our school. I wanted you and me to become trees. Two little oaks that'd stand alongside each other forever.
I want to get on the roof too. Why didn't you invite me along? Or was it before I came here?
It was only 3 days ago. How is this possible, Asya? How?
We were there together? Let's climb up there again and relive it.
I don't think they'll let us in. There's a camp outside the school now.
Well, yeah. You're right. Can't step in the same river twice anyway. Alright, that's enough. Let's go home already. Stop worrying. Had you thought about me every day before we met a week ago? I don't think so. We all have to move on. You've always dreamed of traveling to faraway places. This is your chance. Why not? Anything can happen. A better question to ask is what we can do with it. It's easy to love your loved ones, but try loving a completely random person. We'll soon be strangers to one another. If we manage to live alongside each other, then we'll know we're worth something. Blockhead. We're always blaming the world around us for not getting enough of something. Why don't you find joy in what has been? We've had a wonderful childhood.
Would you like to visit our garden museum? I want to give you all of them. Let's reach each other to the gate.
Go forth and fetch it, O brother. Make haste. Go, all waiting.
No way. No word for you in years, and then there you are, both at once.
A class reunion by the looks of it. Such a pleasure to see.
Reveille. Not so fast. Look, it's Alma.
Well, like I said, I was trying to help. I suppose but I did what I could.
A good old puddle, with us for all of our childhood years. With us still, actually.
So many of you kids, even Asia's here. Oh, what a surprise!
I would be simple, just give me some dried kiwi and I'll smoke them. Blank stare, I'm kidding. Sugar and lemon's fine.
I could help. Think it over. Really think it over.
And it's back to work. Ugh, I can't be bothered. Lost the habit completely during quarantine. I don't think I can even find the missing parts anymore. Enough procrastinating. Time to talk to the people who used to be my parents. So what if even they have forgotten me?
Hello? What's the issue? What gave you that idea? That may be so, but he's got a new family now, and you should find one too. Some people don't need much time at all. He and I are such people. Goodbye, and good luck.
No one's waiting for me in the great wide world. Everyone's forgotten everyone. I'm almost a stranger here now. I've been putting off leaving town, but now is the time. Burglars in the neighborhood. Really? It's been so quiet for so long, and here we go, just when you think things have settled down.
Who are you? This is my apartment. I lost my key. You know how crazy everything was just a while ago? I had to pick the lock. I did, but I also broke it. You got a problem with that? Don't be a bore. I'm of age now anyway. I'll work as a waitress at a cafe till spring, and then I'll apply to university. Then I'll leave this damn hellhole. Getting out? What are you, my Prince Charming? And the door lock?
I really want to leave, but I can't. I promised to help the girl out for as long as she lives next door.
Are you sure you're not a serial killer?
Looks like people are throwing away their forgotten kin's belongings. As a kid, I used to walk over other people's footprints so I'd leave none of my own. Shall I do that again?
Too early, bud. Train's been delayed. There's snow all over the tracks from last night, and they're still clearing it. You know where else is warm? The cafe. Why don't you go find a more fun place to be?
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Are you gonna tell me the train's been canceled again? Well, go ahead and get behind your typewriter. This place just won't let go of you. Is that what you've got in your suitcase? As time goes on, getting out of this quicksand will only get harder.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Quit stalking me. A whole week of respite, and here we go again. I thought you'd come to terms with it all. I haven't learned to fly yet. If I did have feelings for you, I only have your word for it. Right now, you're a guy I barely know since we met a few weeks back. Your stubbornness only makes it worse, and I had the luck to get stuck with you here. Bug off. If you want a memento of me, here's a paper boat. I had a classmate who knew how to fold them.
One of us should leave. This town really is too small for both of us. I can only answer for myself. I used to dream of faraway lands. Maybe I should fulfill that dream. Board a ship and sail on and on. I've got money saved. What could I even spend it on here?
I wish I had a kid to bring along. Kids have such a sweet tooth.
Can I get you something, my friend?
is at the camp by the school. I won't go to your place to build the ship. Stop pretending! You pestered me the other day. Remember me? How about we build the ship? I don't remember anyone at all. I'm doing well enough as it is. First,
Soon, I'll become a boogeyman that parents use to scare their kids.
no one cared about me. Then everyone forgot everyone else. So now, no one cares about anyone in the first place.
So, this is it. It's a good thing I've taken this boy into foster care. This is no replacement for people. And who do I socialize with now that I've forgotten everyone? It's only ever business. That's a good observation. You and I, for example, are already finding conversation easy. Why are you quiet? What are you thinking about? To send the people in the camp home? It's possible. Life was okay in the tents before the cold spell, especially since they've got the stove. But now, around here, winter unexpectedly comes every time. Why are you quiet? What are you thinking about? I'd invite you in, but my little guy is afraid of all strangers. Wouldn't even leave the house without me. He needs to settle in. Maybe I'll introduce you later.
Now there's no one to come over for a cup of tea. Oh, that may be temporary.
Cold in this leather jacket. The sweater under it isn't helping. At least there was work to keep us warm and give us exercise while the camp lasted.
At least we have a home.
Your face is familiar. I've only been out of hospital for a short while. My burns have healed. You don't pull kids out of a fire and get a nice tan, you know. Any other questions? As a policeman, I've got it easier than most. One look at the stripes and I know who to take orders from. So now we've discussed everything, right? Touch wood. The army did a nice job. No more civil unrest or public transport hijackings. Any other questions? It's a guy named after a gem. Don't remember if it's his first or last name. Rubin? No, Almaz. Of course, Almaz. Diamond. He gives guitar lessons to kids at the Palace of Culture. So now we've discussed everything, right?
You're disrupting the class. I've got nowhere to go, so I decided to stay. And since I have to do something, why not teach kids something I can do? Let them have happy childhood memories, now that mine are gone. Oh, come on. Everyone's got a talent of some kind. Say, what do you like to do in your free time? See? That's not nothing. You could start a ship modeling club.
Great. Now I've signed up to run some kind of club. And again, it doesn't exist yet. And might never.
I assume then that you could take over the class from me? Go right ahead.
I can get it right.
Standing, eh? Shed your leaves and gone to sleep. Rive, talk to me. I know you remember how we used to live. So break that silence.
What a sicko.
Time is water. We're in a backwater town where time has stopped.
I'm in one piece. Not counting my
What
memory.
seems to be your trouble? We had orders to tell that story. Would have cost us our job if we refused. Who would have thought it was going to be a runaway mass amnesia? We were positive that we would find the cause before it came to that, and we still haven't.
Come to rob me again? Do you think I've forgotten how you collared me about the medicine? Well, at least you're not denying it. Maybe we can swap homes? Off you go to their station. The first train arrives today. If I really did get you that job, I don't want to be embarrassed that I did.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
Get in line for the desk. You gotta check and get to work. Don't you see there? That explains the suitcase.
423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.